Systems United. It's been a while since I streamed. It's been like, man, it's been more than 2 months, I think. Yeah, I think the last time I streamed was in March. So March, April, May. I've been doing a little bit of photography, working on aerial photography. So that's what happened in March. And then I've been really sick. Since October, I've been super sick. And so it's just too difficult to do photography stuff and live streaming and video editing. But I feel better now. I actually went to urgent care the other day because I was like, it was really bad. Hold on, I'm trying to get this to the right. There we go. And I just updated Photoshop, so it's telling me things I already know. So I've been really sick, and finally, it was like, oh man, I wasn't gonna make it. So what happens is if I eat something I'm allergic to, my lymph nodes swell up, and so they've been swelling up pretty often. And I mean, I was just tired, and I was looking at everything, kind of going through my diet, and just it was like, man, it should not take, half a gallon of coffee to get through the day, and then sometimes it literally is a gallon of coffee. And so like that's how tired I was, because like I had no energy. I still would need to take a nap. I wouldn't take a nap, but I wanted to. So then on Mother's Day, Sunday, I was pretty sure, I was like, I'm gonna need to go to the hospital, but I don't like hospitals, so I was like, I'll sleep on it. And it was one of those things where it was like, I'll sleep on it, and then I was like, I hope I wake up tomorrow. So I did, and I felt a little bit better, but then it got so much worse. So I went to urgent care, and I had the nicest nurse practitioner. It was incredible. She actually listened. I brought my paperwork because I had some tests done, and they showed my body was fighting something, but we didn't know what. So that was a scary thing, because it was, I think it's called the blood count with differential. And so that showed that I was infected with something for sure. But then it also showed that like my white blood cells were kind of weird. So oh no. So then of course, before I went to the urgent care, I was like, oh no, it's leukemia, I got it, or lymphoma. But I'm kind of thinking that it's not. I still have to make a appointment with my regular doctor, but the nurse practitioner at urgent care gave me antibiotics, and so this is day 2.5, and I feel great. Like on day kind of 1 of taking the complete day, I felt really good. So that was yesterday. So Sunday I took it at night. I'm supposed to take it 2 times a day, and then Sunday I was like, wow, this is incredible. I have energy. And then I was thinking, I was like, I've been slow and groggy for really since October of 2021. And I was like, have I been having some kind of infection that long? And then the other thing that happened, which was really weird, was like I could feel my skin again. Like I didn't realize how kind of muted my sense of touch and the smell was, but now I can like, I took a shower and I was like, wow, I can feel each drop of water and everything. It was like Data on First Contact when the Borg Queen is trying to overload Data's brain positronic matrix by graphing human skin onto his android body. But it was kind of like that. And then I've started in April, really, I started working again doing gardening. So it's going okay. Me being sick all the time doesn't help, but I'm able to do the work. Able to do work. Yeah, and then I think the last thing before I took the break from streaming was that I had the neurology tests. So those all came back negative. So that was good. He did prescribe me this thing for muscle relaxer, and then I looked it up and it was serious. And then it was like all these warnings for mental health stuff it can do, like depression and then psychosis and everything. I was like, I don't even want to risk that, because I'm one of those people, almost my whole family is, where if there's a side effect on a medication, like we'll get that side effect. So I was like, no thank you. So then I was like, you know what, I'm just gonna, if the neurologist thinks it's just muscle spasms and stuff, and I was like, I'll just massage my muscles to get them to calm down. And so for a little while, so I did that, and I was like, wow, I got super, on top of being, regularly sick, chronically sick, I got really sick. And I was lucky because I went to the doctor, and that's when it said I was fighting some infection. So I was like, oh my goodness. So I think I literally got myself sick from massaging my muscles, because they say if you don't get enough I don't know, circulation or something with the lymph nodes, then your body just stores it in your muscles. And so like I didn't think that was a real thing, but then I googled it, and they're like, oh, do you feel like you have the flu after you've gotten a deep tissue massage? Here's why. And so I was like, oh my goodness, thank goodness it's not just me. So that happened, and then I got a little bit better, and then like I said, on Mother's Day I crashed hard. But now with the antibiotics, I feel a lot better. And then I built this. I didn't build this PC recently. I had built it about 4 months ago, and I didn't have a graphics card for it, and I was just saving up to get goodish one, and so it was rendering stuff in Ubuntu server, so it didn't need a graphics card. But I was finally like, you know what? I'm gonna do it because it's a Ryzen processor and it is so much faster than the FX processor I was using on my other PC. That is not what I wanted. Okay, so I have to do this. There we go. It's gonna take a little while. So now I have one PC that just is in charge of streaming, and then I can do all the creative stuff on this other PC. And so that's nice because now I'll be able to do live streams with 3D animation and DAZ Studio and Blender. Because before, the only thing I was able to do really was video editing in Blender. Because when I do the animations, like that takes 100% with the processor and graphics card. And so I've tried it, and it slows everything down. It slows down OBS, it slows down animating. So now I can animate on this PC. It has nothing to do with OBS on the other one. Now this film is kind of grainy, and that's okay. It's inexpensive film. It's called Ultrafine Extreme. I think what happened is there's a little bit of developing issues that I had. I don't remember. But normally it's a lot better than how this looks. And so then with the aerial photography, I've been doing that all of March, and I have a lot of batteries. So the flight time is, each battery lasts for 15 minutes, but I only fly for like 8 minutes because you can't fly for 8 minutes and fly away from you and then realize, you can't fly 15 minutes away and then say, okay, time to land. And you can't come back to where you took off fast enough before you run out of power. And then the other thing is you're slowly losing power as you continue on. And so it's more difficult as time goes on to maintain the same altitude. So maybe you are flying way up high over a tree line while the battery goes down, then all of a sudden you're barely able to stay above the trees, and then it's like Charlie Brown in The Kite Eating Tree, where trees like to eat drones for breakfast. And so I only fly line of sight, which is what you're supposed to do. I have the recreational pilot's license, which just means I can fly for myself, but I can't. You can't hire me to do drones. That was my dog coffee. I'm so happy my tablet still works. I have the Wacom bamboo. For whatever reason, if there's an update to Windows or after a couple of months of not using it, Windows uninstalls the driver and I have to reinstall it. Like it actually literally uninstalls it. And then I have to reinstall it and then get all my settings right, which there's only 4 buttons, but it's always a headache. And actually, I'm going to be right back. It won't take very long. I have this new time lapse that I'm doing with astrophotography, so that will be playing in the while I'm away. So here we go. kind of blasting through this, these black and white ones, mainly because they're grainy, so I'm not removing these light spots. And then number 2, I'm actually zoomed out quite a bit. We're only looking at this 12% zoom, so this is 100%. You can see I usually have this bigger. See, you can see that's a little bit. These negatives are around 400 megapixels, a little over 400. It's like 420 or 20. And so normally when I scan negatives, I try to get it around 200, but the software I'm using, they only have like official presets, so I couldn't do like a custom dots per square inch. I had to do 96, I think it's 96,000 dots per square inch. And so the reason why that's so many megapixels with medium format is because medium format is a physically bigger film. Medium format was kind of the predecessor to what we know today as IMAX film, where it's double. The film is actually double the size of 35mm film. So in digital terms, the film size is actually the sensor size, and the sensor is the part that captures the light and the image. And so when you have a larger sensor, it changes the way optics works a little bit, where you get a shallower depth of field even at far away distances. So if you take a photo really close to the camera, the background will be, it's pretty guaranteed the background will be blurred out. Your face might be in focus, including your nose and ears and everything. But if you do it with a medium format camera, the depth of field is kind of a lot more sensitive, and it does have a lot to do with the f-stop or the aperture. But with medium format, it's very easy to where you could be standing kind of medium distance away, where it's like not just a headshot, but head and shoulders, and you focus on the eye, and the eye will be in focus, like razor sharp focus. But the your nose will actually be out of focus, and then the ears will actually be out of focus, even though your nose and your ears are relatively close. And so medium format improves the kind of depth of field, but it also improves quality, because it's more area of image. So recording a physically bigger piece on a sensor or film, if you have a 35mm sensor and it's 20 megapixels, but if you made the sensor, gave it more area than that, even though that sensor is 20 megapixels, if you expand it and keep the pixel size the same, then all of a sudden it's like 80 not 80, it's like 40 or 60 megapixels. And so a lot of times medium format cameras they're a lot bigger because the sensor is over twice the size. So everything in the camera has to be bigger, kind of including the lenses as well. And so the people who use medium format cameras are usually landscape photographers, but especially fashion and glamour photographers use medium format cameras. But the digital ones, so it's really high end photography studios that use it, and so the cameras are like 50,000. You'd be lucky to get a really old one, digital, used for under 10,000. And so because they're such high-end cameras, the sensors are usually start at 50 megapixels, but they go up to 100, 150. I do own a Hasselblad, but it's a film camera. It's the 500C. So that's how I'm able to do this. And people are like, oh, film's dead. Why shoot on film? A lot of ways digital imitates film, and film is kind of the gold standard of range, color range, and tones, tints, and shades. Digital is limiting. It's getting closer to being film, but digital cameras are always compared to, film. How many different shades and darkness can I get? How many tints can I get in, white light and everything? So it's just more color definition that film has. And the disadvantage is it's kind of expensive, but not compared to buying a digital medium format camera. And like I said, if you bought a brand new one, it's like 50,000 for a good one for the studio ones. But then with film, you buy the film, and so you can get a 5-pack for $60 to $70, and then you can get an at-home kit to develop the film color and black and white. So I now develop at home, and the film developing kit can cost like $30 to $40. So it's about $100 for a 5 to process, about to do a 5-roll thing, 5-roll of processing. The chemicals you get, you can do like, I think it's 20 rolls. And so there is some overlap. So you can buy more negatives and process with the same chemicals. You use the chemicals over and over until it's, they call it exhausted, to where the chemicals can no longer bring out the image in the negatives. So it's not you use the chemical once and you're done. You save it, and you have to save it at the right temperature. You also have to develop it kind of like you're using a baby bottle system, where you have to keep it the right temperature and kind of keep it in a pot filled with water at the right temperature. And I do have a video when I take a break. I'll play it next. And it's actually about developing this film. And then the other thing is, what we have here is we're editing photographs for the America Series 1. And this is part 3. And it's just a collection of photographs from, several journeys across the United States. And it's focusing on landscape. It is a multi-format project, so it's going to be like the Live to Tape series, where there's a 2D version, there's 3D, and then VR. But there's additional formats where Live to Tape really did 3D and VR, and for smartphone VR goggles. But now we have a lot of 360 footage, which I'm going to turn into time lapse. Oh, the American landscape. So that will be coming out eventually. I've been kind of stockpiling projects where they're not, completely done. They're animated and everything and rendered all out, but I have to do the voiceover, and it's just been hard to do narration. Because I'm okay at writing, like I like to write, but I'd rather be animating and doing photos and stuff. So I have to sit down and write more, which is something I enjoy to do. It's just I haven't been in the right mindset. So I do have a whole bunch of things we're going to do visual audiobooks for, but then I'm planning to do kind of like historical videos and stuff with the photography, just describing each place and its significance, or significance, and talking about there we go. That's much better. I forgot I could go to full screen. And then we are doing a May Fundraiser. I'm raising money, which I have a video about too, which I'll play during one of my breaks. And so for the May Fundraiser, I'm trying to raise money for web hosting. I found a solution for doing video hosting where I can host it on servers that I own. Not own, but servers that I rent out. And so it's like the site that I've built. It's original. It's part of an open source community, and their websites are called PeerTube. And so you run your own PeerTube instance on your own server and everything, and then people can stream your videos. But not only can they stream your videos, they can download them without having to do any extra work. And then in addition to letting people download, which I release my work under Creative Commons and share alike, but you're not allowed to commercialize when you share, and you're not allowed to edit it. It's just as is. You can share. And so the good news is that it even supports torrenting. So the more people that torrent, the stronger and the network becomes, the faster it becomes. And it's kind of, it's more of a permanent solution on the internet. So everyone can, help each other with the streaming. And then the other thing too is not just torrenting to download, but if there's 4 people streaming the same video, and then a 5th person comes to the website and starts trying to stream the video, the other 4 people connected to the video that are streaming it will actually help the 5th person, and it will actually speed up their streaming times. And so energy is kind of shared and saved, bandwidth is shared and distributed across the network. Now these are huge files. They're about, well, we'll see in a second, but they're about a gigabyte each. So it's a lot it has to save. The computer's really fast. It's just, it has to process a lot more than you would think. These are raw TIFF. So that's not saved. They're uncompressed TIFF files. Which a lot of scanning software doesn't let you scan into digital negative. The one that I use, Silverfast, it does let you do digital negatives, but I ran into problems with Lightroom. So even though they're black and white, it's 2.3 gigs. So it has to read the whole 2.3 gigs and then put it into RAM and then share it with the graphics card, and then we edit it. So this is image number 4, and we're going to try to do 12. We do sets of 12, and this is going to be a longer stream because I'm going to go back to doing multiple things at once. So we're going to do we're going to do this Photoshopping, and then we're going to do Halo 4 as part of all the Halos, all the difficulties. And so the good news is that we beat Halo 3 last time, and so now we're on to Halo 4 on easy. And so we'll just blast through it on easy till I get tired of Halo 4, and then I'm going to try to come back to if I have time and nothing comes up, then we'll come back to doing photo editing. Okay, so I'm going to take a longer break. And while I'm on the break, I have this video at the fundraiser we're doing during the month of May. I'm going to put it in chat. Exclamation point May, if I can spell May. And we're raising funds for video hosting and our website. So there's more information in that link, but I also have this video which I'm about to play. I have one more thing I want to do actually. There we go. Okay, now we'll play. So it's time for us to do a fundraiser. This is the first fundraiser we're officially doing, and we're raising money for web hosting for Photoshopp'n and the sister sites. Now, for this fundraiser, we're going to be selling prints, books, and even NFTs. So this is the demo site of what I've been building. It's a PeerTube instance, which it's a type of website that allows me to upload my videos, but I can run it on my own servers. And so I can put my videos up. Right here we have the Photoshopp'n collection, the Alaska section, and it's in 4K. You can stream it in 4K, you can download the 4K version. As you can see, there's one person watching it, which is me, but if there are 3 or 4 other people watching, then the 3 or 4 other people will actually be helping the stream work faster for everyone else. So it's one of those things where the more people that view the videos, the stronger the network becomes. And so not only can you stream it, but you can also download. So as you can see here, I'm downloading the 4K version. It'll take a little while, but I'm going to go and show you how to download the 720p version, and that's much faster. And so depending on your internet speeds and everything, you can choose what you want to download. And then the nice thing is that it supports natively file sharing, so peer-to-peer file sharing, what you might know as torrents. You can do that. So the more people that torrent and seed, the faster you can download through torrenting that way. And it's completely legal because I release my work under Creative Commons, so you can download it, you can share it, but you can't sell it, and you can't edit it, but you can download and share. And so you're legally allowed to use that on the files I upload to the PeerTube instances. So it's safe that way. And then so that was the Photoshopp'n collection, and now what I'm showing you is kind of the future. What we're really fundraising for is I want to do a lot of visual audiobooks with several PeerTube instances. So I have to raise money for each instance, and each instance is a server. The way I set it up is it's not that powerful a server, but it has a lot of hard drive space, and hard drive space in the server world is pretty expensive. And so each episode's about 40 minutes to an hour, and but there's 3 versions. There's a 2D version, which is what I just showed, and then here we have the 3D version. And so you could download this and play it on your 3D TV, or if you have a 3D monitor. But also what you can do is a lot of headsets like the Oculus Go, Rift, and Steam VR, you can put 3D movies on them and it will play them in 3D as though you're watching a regular movie. So it's like you're sitting in the movie theater, but it's, in 3D. And so honestly, that's the best way I think that there is to watch 3D film is in VR. Now, what we have here is the stereograph version. Now, I'm going to show you how you can view stereograph videos, but it's VR just for the smartphone. So when you put your smartphone in like Google Cardboard, VR goggles, and the such, I'm going to show you where you can get they're fancier than Google Cardboard, but here we go to Amazon. And so you just put your phone in, you put that video playing, and it's already in 3D. You don't need an app. You can play it with whatever media player you have on your phone, and it works with Android, it works with Apple, pretty much anything that can play video and go and do these headsets. So the larger the phone, kind of the better, but I've given them to my sisters, and they say it works with their smaller phones. So these are the VR headsets. They're inexpensive. A lot of times they come with a controller. The controllers are kind of cheap usually, but they do let you pause and play the next video usually. So like these ones, they're like 30, 40. I've gotten some for $16, and I give them as gifts. So that's PeerTube. And so how we're raising the funds is we are having a sale of everything that we do. So we have photo books, and we're doing 8% off the printed photo books. And so if you go to themasterofartstore.com, you will see the collection of books that have been published. We have booklets, which are very small books. They're 20 pages or less. But what we have also is the collector's edition. And in 2016, I published 4 kind of medium-sized magazines of photography featuring scenes of cities, Manhattan, and coast scenes. And so it's several photographs from around the world. Some of it's architectural, some of it's landscape photography, but there's literally thousands of photographs in the collector's edition, because it's the 4 books put into one. So now we have the Kindle ebooks, and so they're the same as the printed books, only you can get them on the Kindle. But what's interesting about the Kindle edition is that I didn't make it like a regular book, and I'll show you in a second. But I made it as though it was a comic book. So you open up the book, and this works, if you're on your iPad or Android, iPhone, or Android tablet or Android phone. Works on all of that. And so you can see that when I click on it, it automatically enlarges the image, so you can see it bigger. And so that it doesn't look like a lot in the browser, but it does zoom in quite a bit when you're in the Kindle app. And so you just double click on it when you're in the app, and then you do the next page, click on the side, and it will automatically enlarge the next image and going down. So now the print store, which is photoshop'n.com, that is where I sell prints. You can get some for as low as $3 now. It's 40% off. And so there's paper, canvas, and metal prints, and there's a huge variety of sizes. Everything's printed to order, and you can customize how things are cropped when you check out. Here we go to my Africa collection, and this is the Zambezi River. So you can see, you click, you want paper prints, And there, the 4x6 you can see is $3. And you have the different options you can choose from. And if you want, 50,000, you can do that. I'd appreciate that. You can get like one photo here in a 4x6, or you can get another one on canvas. You can get a 20 by 30 inch canvas. You can get, I believe, 30. There's some sizes that go up to 30 inches by 40 inches, which, if you measure that out, that's pretty big. So all these are high resolution DSLR photos. This is from Kruger National Park, and elephants just roaming around. We have the giraffe. And in addition to canvas, we also, I said before, we have metallic prints. And I really like metallic prints. I've been using metallic prints for a while, since like 2009. It's just when I first started doing printing, I really liked pearl, which is a semi-gloss, and the shine is almost kind of like a sandy texture, and so but it wasn't so reflective that you were blinded by the photo if there were bright lights within the room. But what I like about metallic is that everything is so much more vibrant. It's almost like you're viewing it on a really high resolution screen and not so much paper or canvas. And so that's why I really like working with metallic prints as well. Now here we have a warthog. So like I said, on Photoshopp'n store, everything has been lowered to 40% off. I know it says 30% off in the corner, but I fixed that on the site. It is actually 40% off. Now I've been experimenting with NFTs, and so that's on the OpenSea NFT site. So right now, if you go there during the month of May, all the NFTs they're 80% off, and it's approximately, because it's on Ethereum, that cryptocurrency, on the Ethereum coin, and so prices of Ethereum go up and down a little bit, and so it's about $19 for each NFT. And so you can buy an NFT, keep it, collect it. It's the reason why I'm releasing the NFTs. It's a way you can support Photoshopp'ns. You can trade them if you want to, but I think it would be cool if you just kept them. And so there you go. Right now that's the price of the NFT. It's about $19. And right now what I have up as the NFTs are the Alaska Flotation Collection photographs, which are a refined collection of photographs from a journey into Alaska. And in addition to that, these NFTs, they're not small photographs. They're JPEGs, but they are the full resolution. So it's 100% of the resolution that I captured when I took the photo. And then you can also support, which helps us raise funds for the web hosting and video hosting and sharing. You can help by donating. And so if you go to photationsdonations.com, it will take you to our support page, and you can donate by PayPal, you can donate by Patreon and set up a reoccurring subscription at any amount you want, really. I do have some preset tiers, but when I do release things to Patreon, it's not so much exclusive, it's usually earlier. You get early access to some things that I'm working on, but all the tiers get the same early access, and that's just because everyone can support at different levels. I think should be, if you're supporting, you're supporting. so I think everyone should be able to get kind of the same rewards. You can also donate by PayPal, and it would really help out if you made it a monthly subscription, but one-time off donations are incredibly helpful as well. And then we do have, you can donate with crypto, and you can do Bitcoin, you can do Ethereum, and other cryptocurrencies as well. And then I have a wish list of supplies that I can use when I'm taking photographs, and you can gift those if you are so inclined, and then I can use it, and it saves me from buying it myself, so it is very helpful because that saves me a little bit of money. So I want to thank you and enjoy the show. Okay, I'm back. Had a little snack, ate a banana, and trying to find what music to play. There we go. Had a snack, had a banana, fed the dogs, and talked to my mom, so it was very productive. Now, here we go. So this is photo number 7. And so for medium format, each roll has 12 photos. That's just the way medium format works with the Hasselblad. And so we're trying to get one roll done today. So we're going to do 12, and if things work out, which I think they will, I'm feeling better, we'll be able to do 2 rolls today. And I'm going to be uploading this to YouTube. I have a whole system worked out. So if you're viewing this on YouTube, you already know. But in the description there will be a link to our website about this live stream, and then it will also have links to the photos we're editing right now, so that will all be there, and kind of a longer description. And then the Twitch archive will have all the archive streams from Thumbs United, and I am archiving this on the Thumbs United YouTube account. Finally remembered how to do full screen at Shift F. I was pressing F and it wasn't working. It worked once. I don't know why. But you have to press Shift F, capital F. So that was weird. Number 8. We have 4 more to go, including this one. And then I'll switch over to Halo 4. We have 3 more to go before switching over to Halo. Okay, last one. And I'll have a short intermission. It'll be like 15-20 minutes. And during that time, I'll be playing a video on how I developed a film. So there's that. And it does have closed captioning, so that's pretty good. So let's finish this one, then we'll do that video on how I develop film, and then we'll switch over to Halo 4. Okay, we're going to switch over to Halo 4, but I have kind of intermission videos to show, so I'm going to show how I do the the negative development, and then if I take a really long time, the next video that's going to play is how I get some of my servers and refurbish them. So here we go. Hello, this is the production log from November 27th, 2021, and we're working on, it's called America Series 1, but this is the segment that's dealing with a journey across America while taking film photographs. I'm showing here kind of what I did today. I had a lot to do before I could get started. I got back about a week ago, but throughout the trip I took a whole bunch of photographs, both black and white and color film. I did 2 rolls of 35mm colored film and then 5 rolls of medium format 120 roll film, and then 10 rolls of black and white medium format film. Again, it's 120. So this is kind of talking a little bit about what I had to do today. I decided that I was going to process all the film all at once. I don't use all the same chemicals, but I am a big fan of Sin Steel. This is their color simplified kit. It's called the CS41 color simplified two bath kit. And you can see here, this is the color developer. I showed a photo of it before and it was completely black. That was the old stuff. I had developed over 20 rolls of film with it, and each time you develop, you actually reuse the chemicals, you put it back, and each time you process a roll, it gets a little darker. And so that black stuff, the old developer was, it had been completely exhausted, and so I made a new batch in that clear. It's the bottle was kind of old, so it's actually completely white, and so you use that. And then you only have to, put it in the tank. Well, I'm going to do a whole video on how to develop at home, but it's really simple. Back in the day, to do black and white film processing, there was 3 chemicals you had to use. And so what you basically do is you take the film out of the canister or the roll, and then you put it in this tank. And it's a special tank where once you put it inside, there's a little funnel on top, so you can pour your liquid in, but no light gets into the tank, only the liquid. And so you start out by putting in the developer, and what the developer does is when you take a photo on film, the light kind of burns its image into the film, but then there's all the parts that the light didn't burn, and so with the developer, what it does is it takes that away, and it only leaves the part of the image that the light kind of burned in, and that's how you get the image. And so this is called the emulsion process. And so what the developer does is it strips away everything that wasn't kind of hit by light. And it's not just a binary, you are hit with light, you are not hit with light. It's, oh, you were hit with a little bit of light, so I'm going to take a little bit away. And what's left is the negative. And so there used to be 3 steps you used to have to do: the developer, and this is just for black and white, developer, and then you had to do the fix. And the fix, what it did is, even though you took away everything that was kind of not touched by the light, you have to make those changes permanent. So the fix makes it permanent, so you can take the film out and it won't be ruined by additional light. And so that's what the fix is for. And then you had to do another bath to clean it. Now what's really nice, and I'm showing the colored, simplified 2 bath here, but when I was processing the black and white, they have a mono bath. So as you're developing it, it's also making the changes permanent. So you only have to put the film in the tank, you put the chemicals in for 4 minutes, and you shake every 30 seconds. And then you pour the black and white back, the developer 96, which is compatible with the D76 process. And that's it. That's all you have to do to develop your black and white film. And that's incredible. And the reason why I never did color back in the day was because you needed a machine. So you would have like 5 or 6 chemicals you'd have to mix. And so you'd have to, if you wanted it to come out, with no adjustments, you would do like 3 minutes of a chemical that would just do the reds, 3 minutes of a chemical that would just do blue, and then 3 minutes of a chemical that would just do green, and so on and so forth. And so if you wanted to say like, oh, I want to color correct it, I want to make this film set, this film roll, more blue, then you would develop like the blue chemical for, 5 minutes instead of 3, and everything else at 3 minutes. But what's really nice about the Color Simplified kit is that it does, kind of a standard color emulsion where it only takes 2 chemicals. And so before I showed the developer, and so you just put the film in the tank, and then you put the developer in, and you shake every 30 seconds, and you only keep it in there for 3 minutes and 50 seconds. 3 minutes and 30 seconds, I'm sorry. And then you pour that developer back into the developer bottle, and then you pour the fix in, which makes it permanent, and you do that for 8 minutes, where you shake the bottle every 30 seconds, and then you're done. That's all you have to do to develop the chemicals. It's to develop colored film. It's very easy. It's for the C41 film types. So that's a wide range of colored film you can use. That's Kodak, that's Fujifilm, that's Ilford. And so it's really wide range. The kit says it does 24 rolls, and I kind of confirmed that you can process 24 rolls of film. The first time I used this was for the Autumn Hike project, when I processed my own Ektar medium format color film, and it was just fantastic. It's a lot more inexpensive to do it at home than to send it out. The 2-bath kit, which is what I'm showing here, it comes with 7 bottles. 3 bottles are for the developer, and the other 3 are for the fix. And what happens is you heat up water, and it tells you how much water and what temperature to heat it up at. And I think it was like 120 degrees Fahrenheit that you had to heat the water up to. And then you put it in, your container that you're going to use. And then you open the 3 bottles of developer, and you pour them in one at a time, mixing in between the water and the chemical you put in. And then you do the same thing for the fix. And it's really easy to make. You can do it at home. What I do now is I have an electric kettle. And so I turn the kettle on, and it gets really hot. And so then I have a thermostat. It's the one you use for cooking. Kind of the one you stick in a turkey, I guess. I'm a vegetarian, so I don't do that so much. But it's for taking temperature of food that's in the oven and everything while you're baking. And so I put that in the water. I pour cold water, and then I slowly add the water from the electric kettle that's boiling hot. And so doing it that way, it's very easy to get it to exactly like 120 degrees because you're watching it all the time. And you just add a little bit of hot water. A little bit of hot water will add to the temperature, the average temperature, really quickly. So there's that. And that's all you have to do to really mix the chemicals at home. When I would send out my negatives, colored in black and white, it would cost $12 a roll. The Color Simplified kit costs under $40. I believe it was like $25 when I got it, $25, and then there's shipping and stuff. So $25, and I'm processed. You can process 25 rolls. I mean, that saves you a lot of money doing it at home. Cinstill also has a kit where you can buy a kit for doing black and white, and I highly recommend it because I used to work in a lab at the Flint Institute of Art, and so I was always around had the equipment, but then when I wanted to do this at home several years later, I was like, I gotta buy a tank to process. I gotta buy the blackout bag, and then I have to, you know, also get the chemicals. And so the black and white D90 D96 kit, and I'll have a link in my website, is very cost effective because it comes with almost everything you need to process the film. So that's kind of the production log, working on film and everything. So I want to thank everyone for watching this. I'll have a longer description on my website. But thanks for tuning in. Bye-bye. Thank you for viewing this Photations video. If you'd like to help support Photations, you can visit photationsdonation.com, where there's more information on how to support both financially and by donating equipment. You can also help support Photations by visiting our social media websites and following or subscribing there. More information on the links below. Thank you. Bye-bye. So what we have here is an HP ProLiant. This is the BL, I believe it's 460C. It's a blade server. So how this is supposed to work is it's supposed to go inside an enclosure, and the enclosure will blow air into it for one thing, but it will also supply the power, which is 12 volts, to this blade. It will also connect networking and everything else. And so the reason why you have an enclosure is because you could have like 6 or 12 of these modules, which is the blade, and you could have several of them connected to the same enclosure, and so they could all connect and become kind of a bigger supercomputer. And it's kind of like a hive mind type thing. And then there are additional models that you can connect, which would just be for storage and everything. But this is one of the processing blades, and you can get them very inexpensive. This is a Gen 7, and Gen 7s are pretty old. I think they came out in like 2009, but they do come with dual sockets, so that means you can have 2 physical CPUs, as you can see here. And this one has 2 Xeon 6-core processors. So because there's 2 processors and they're each 6 cores, that means there's 12 total. And because it's Intel and it's Xeon processor, it has double the threads because of hyper threading. So you can't get it's 12 physical cores total, but 24 kind of fake cores. So here is the only real hardware setting you have to do. There is a dip switch that you can see right now. The dip switch is in the back rear on the right side, and the only setting you have to change is the number 1 spot and the number 3. And so you flick both those switches to the on position, which is up. Normally they would all be switched down, but by turning on the 1 and the 3 switch, that tells the enclosure that it's okay to run outside. It tells the blade that it is okay to run outside of the enclosure, and that's what we're going to use for this because we have no enclosure. And so this method will actually help it boot up without the enclosure. And the reason why you might not get the enclosure is, one, these are refurbished or end-of-life servers, so you might not have the proper enclosure, and 2, the enclosure is very expensive. And so this is an expensive way. So that's pretty much all you have to do. This HP ProLiant was about $45, and then another $20 in shipping. But like I said, it came with 2 6-core processors, and I believe it was like 48 gigs of RAM. So that's pretty good. And so what I'm going to be using it for is doing animation and video editing. I edit with Blender mostly, so it works on Mac, Linux, and Windows, and so I edit on my Windows PC, and then I submit it to a Linux box, and now it's going to be Ubuntu server, and it renders it there, and so I can edit, I can live stream on my Windows computer while the other servers are actually rendering the work I did during the day. So that helps out a lot. It allows me to do, I can do 4K, I can do 6K. The largest animation that I've successfully completed was an 8K animation with film photography. So the next thing we're going to do is we have to clip these two cables. As you can see, I'm going to clip them pretty close to the terminating port. I don't recommend that. I recommend you clip it as far away as you can, just so you have the extra wire. I don't know what I was thinking. I was just thinking, I guess cut. But you just cut the red and the black wire, the big fat ones, and then I'm going to show you how to connect a power supply. Now this ProLiant takes 12 volts. It can take 30 amps. You can pretty much connect a car battery up to it, and it will take that power. It has its own power regulator, which is good and bad. It's good because you can't really fry it. It's bad because if it doesn't like the power that it's getting, if it's too variable, it will shut the server down, which is a good safety feature. Now this is an Artisan power supply. I'll put a link, not a link, I'll display what it is. And it's for an IBM server. It does supply 30 amps. It does 12 volts. I believe it's like officially a 380 watt power supply. And so I'm going to show you what you need to do to set it up to supply the 12 volts. There is a jumper cable that you need to install. There's a grid of pins, and what you need to do is, and I'm going to show a photo I took of it in macro because you can't quite see it right here, but it's the top row, and then not the first pin, but you take the second pin and the third pin and you put the jumper on those two going across, and that will have the power supply give power the second you plug it in. So the second you plug the power supply in, it will be delivering the 12 volts at 30 amps to the server. So I have the two wires coming out. I just had a blue cable. I took apart an extension cord that was clipped, so I'm using the wires from that. And so the blue is actually red. It's going to be the positive, and then the black is black. So the other thing is, when you go to clip these, you're going to need a big tool. I could have used a bigger tool than this because the cabling is extremely difficult to cut through. It's very thick. It's made for high amperage power going through it. And so it's not only is it difficult to cut, but it's also difficult to solder on. So if you have a really hot soldering iron, that would be ideal. I have normal soldering iron, but then I also do stained glass sometimes, and it takes forever with a normal soldering iron to solder onto the board. I've actually had to use the stained glass soldering iron a couple of times, and that one gets extremely hot because it's to melt lead, the lead solder that goes onto stained glass to keep it in place. So I clipped that, and now I'm going to solder it on. And like I said, it's positive to red, and then black is negative. And it's going to supply the 12 volts. So now I have soldered it on, and we are going to connect the power, see if it works on the first try. So like I said, with the jumper cable where it is, the second you plug it in, it will supply the 12 volts. As you can see, the yellow-orange light turned on, which means it's getting power and it's ready to boot up. Now, a lot of times it will automatically start to boot up. It depends what the BIOS settings were last saved as. But yeah, I'm not going to leave it on because there's no fan. Usually what I have, because I don't have the enclosure usually blows air through the blade to keep it cool. But what I do is I just put a desk fan on top of the blade, and then it blows air directly down, and that's how it stays cool. But if it overheats, it will shut down. And so then the other thing you're going to need is that cable. You're going to need this cable even if you only have one blade, because there's no output and there's no VGA or anything. You have to get this dongle, and then the dongle is nice because it will it has the VGA output, and then it has 2 USB ports and a serial connection, I believe. And so we can actually plug a mouse and keyboard into one port and then have a USB drive. It also has an SD card reader, and there is also a onboard USB port. This is USB 2.0. These are old servers. And so now I will show how to take out this hard drive caddy. And the other thing is that these hard drive caddies, they are SAS hard drives. They're not SATA. Now, you can actually stick a SATA laptop hard drive in them and it will work fine. But you cannot take a SAS hard drive and stick it into an enclosure that has SATA. I even bought an adapter once that was SAS to SATA and it didn't work. Most motherboards that are PC consumer grade can't handle SAS unless they specifically say so, and most of them don't. Now this riser we're going to pull out, you have to pull it out kind of hard, and it is lopsided where it has that connector only on the left side, and then you just slide that out after doing the 2 screws on the side. Now this is from my old ProLiant. This is what you need if you want it to connect to the internet and have devices connected onto it. That's a USB 3 dongle with Ethernet. Normally if it was in the enclosure, it would get the data straight from the enclosure. Because it's running outside of it, you have to kind of cut a hole in it and have it dangle out the front. So what I'm doing now is, before I attach it to the chassis, I'm plugging in the USB to the onboard USB port, and then once it's in there, you kind of push down, and it's just kind of luck. You should get a port and SATA. You technically don't need the USB ports. I just got it because I'd like to connect USB hard drives occasionally. But if you want to make sure you get one kind of with a longer cable, because this one barely fits, and I had one that didn't fit. Now putting the SAS risers, it just slides in, but you have to kind of jiggle it into place, and it's very nerve-wracking because the pins are very sensitive. But once you kind of get it in place, then you have to push with a kind of great deal of force. Not great deal, but a constant amount of force. And so here's the SAS drive. It just slides in. Again, it's from my other ProLiant. So the Linux one will be able to boot right away. I just have to change some settings. And I'll show how to do that in a later video, how to change those settings to boot and make it optimal for running any OS. I have installed Windows on this, not Windows Server, but just Windows 10, and it works well. There's 1 or 2 applications that are only for Windows that I kind of need running externally, and so that's why I installed Windows on the one SAS hard drive. So there you go. You need this. You need a power supply. Eventually, I will show you how to modify a consumer power supply for a regular PC and to run off, to just supply power. And it's pretty easy to do, but that's all you need to set it up. Thanks for tuning in. Bye-bye. Okay, so those were the two videos I promised. The developing negatives and the ProLiant, which is how I render my animations and everything, while it allows me to render the animations while doing other stuff on my editing PC, like live streaming. So, you're doing Halo 4. This is all the difficulties. All the Halos, all the difficulties. And, yeah, so we're starting Halo 4 on easy. This is on the Xbox One. I have Game Pass now, and I've installed it on my PC, and it works pretty well.
Tell me about the children.
But yeah, so the PC version,
Dr. Halsey.
I've ran it at high settings, but
you already know everything.
I don't know. There was an update to Halo, to the MCC,
Children's minds are
and I feel like
easily accepting of
they
indoctrination.
did something where the textures
Their
look
bodies
better
more adapted
now
to
on the
augmentation.
Xbox. Not better than the PC, but better in general.
Ultimate soldier.
It's like, I don't remember seeing all those.
And because of our
It wasn't the
success,
image maps. It
when
was like the
Covenant
bump maps.
invaded, we
I
were
was like,
ready.
huh, that's interesting. But yeah, the PC one, of course,
Dr.
looks
Halsey, you're bending history for your
a
own
lot
favor,
better,
and you
but
know it.
I was surprised at how
You
well
developed
it
the
performed.
Spartans to crush human rebellion, not to fight the Covenant.
Because I have a really old
One
medium
human
grade
world after another
graphics card in
When
my
our
stream
Spartans
PC
were
now.
all that stood between humanity and extinction, nobody was concerned about why they were originally built.
So you feel in the end your choices were justified.
My work saved the human race.
Do you think the Spartans' lack of basic humanity helped?
What are you after? The others before you were naval intelligence, but you're something else.
Records show Spartans routinely exhibited mildly sociopathic
Sociopath.
difficulty with socialization and
The
verbalization.
records show efficient behavior operating in hazardous situations. I supplied the tools to maintain that efficiency.
Do you believe the Master Chief succeeded because he was, at his core, broken?
What does John have to do with this? You want to replace him?
The Master Chief is dead.
His file reads missing in action.
Catherine.
Spartans never die.
Your mistake is seeing Spartans as military hardware. My Spartans are humanity's next step. Our destiny as a species. Do not underestimate them. But most of all, do not underestimate him.
Here we go. Time to wake up. Once we finish Halo 4, we will have finished the entire Master Chief collection. Every Halo, easy, normal, heroic. And for what I've heard from other people who've beaten Halo 4 on Legendary, it's not that hard. Which is funny with what I'm going to say next, because Halo 4 is the one I've had the most difficulty with playing. I have these kind of episodes sometimes where my dexterity goes down and it gets difficult to use a controller. And so, like, the year it came out, I was in one of those situations. And I don't know. It's just I wasn't very good at aiming. And so there are a lot of times I'm like, I don't know, it feels like, because all games have auto aim a little bit, but I felt like I don't know. It was kind of loose in Halo 4, especially compared to Reach, which is like really precision, oriented with their aiming. Wake up.
Wake up, Chief. I need you.
Here we go.
You've been out for a while.
Where are
I would
we?
be so claustrophobic if I woke up in a
Why did you wake me?
cryo
Hang
chamber.
on. Bringing your systems on
And in the
now.
books, a lot of times,
I rewrote the firmware
they have to
while you
put
were
this
out.
special gel essentially down your throat and fill your
Activate the
lungs
gravity generator.
so that the veins and stuff don't like freeze over.
Chief, look up. You need to pull the manual release.
And so a lot of times when the crew comes out of cryo,
Seems like
they're
old
vomiting
times.
everything on the ground
Ready
and
to get
stuff.
back to work?
I thought you'd never ask. We've got intrusion alerts lighting up on multiple decks. Our best bet to figure out who's boarding us is the observation deck, 4 floors up.
Could it be a rescue team?
I don't think so.
Wouldn't bet on it.
This isn't quite like officially going to be a speed run, but it kind of is.
How long was I out?
4 years, 7 months, 10
And
days.
again, we're doing this on easy.
Somebody should have found us by
And
now.
then once we beat it on easy, start back from the beginning on
High intensity. Doesn't match any known patterns.
How close
start
were we
back
to
at the beginning on normal, and then we'll
It's
do
directly
heroic,
above us.
and then legendary.
Chief, be careful. Because some areas might have lost pressure.
Right.
Chief, watch out!
And jump. And
Realize
jump.
the ship had deteriorated so badly.
When you're playing this in co-op with a friend, only one person does this scene. Which makes sense. I don't know how you do it
I
in.
thought we had a truce with the Covenant.
I don't know how you do that scene
Either way, he's probably not alone.
with two
Should be careful.
characters, but sneak attack. So you're gonna see what I'm talking about, how it's kind of floaty. Do. I was supposed to do the controls.
That's the last of them. Find
Do,
the
do,
override for the
do,
blast
do,
shield
do,
so we
do.
can see what we're up against.
What are we up against?
The good news is these Covenant aren't outfitted like standard military. It's possible we just came across a rogue salvage ship. Or we might have stumbled into an entire Covenant fleet.
Yay.
Maybe
A
they
fleet.
haven't recognized us.
That's one possibility. Landing craft flanking us.
was killed by a box. By a box.
Landing craft flanking us.
Oh my goodness, the box tried to kill me again. That was the first death in Halo 4.
We need to get off this ship.
We've got bigger problems. We've got a cruiser on an intercept course.
Intercepting.
Are any of the ship-to-ship defenses online?
Only the Hyperion missiles, but we'll have to fire them manually from the outer hull.
And here we go. Don't get any elevator music. Never know which door is going to open. I should know. Yeah, see, like, I don't know what it is with the back of the grunts, but their armor is like so strong from the back. That hump is really an advantage to them, because you can't get a headshot from behind. With the grunts, which is a little annoying. Blasting through.
These covenants seem more fanatical than the ones we fought before.
And that's a pretty... The whole covenant is fanatical. To be even more fanatical. It's pretty impressive.
How far to the missile?
We're just about there.
Running and hiding. Running and hiding. I got lucky. Oh man, I should have picked up. It doesn't matter because I'm going to pick up the battle rifle.
Should be to your left, out of the airlocks. You'll have to prime the launch for ignition.
Cortana,
It's nothing. Just get to the launch station. I'm sorry. Did I miss orbiting a Forerunner planet at some point?
one thing at a time.
Chief, you need to find the missile controls.
Do 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 do.
There's the launch station. Launch initiated.
Spoiler alert, it's not gonna work.
Greg, come
It's a
on,
miracle
close.
anything on this
The
ship
missile
works.
won't fire until it's cleared. Get down there. You did it. Get back.
Sploosh.
Chief,
The Covenant were the ones scanning us.
so now can we worry about the giant metal planet?
Run away.
It's using a gravity well to pull us inside the surface. We've got to hurry. The second we cross the dome's event horizon, its atmosphere is going to tear us apart.
Where are the closest escape
Do
pods?
do 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 do.
Aft vehicle bay. I'm tagging the closest airlock. Go!
I don't think there's actually anyone we technically have to kill. Because everyone's trying to escape. Do 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 do.
All but one of the grav generators just went dark.
Is this like all scripted events?
The point of that vehicle bay.
Do 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 do.
We're almost there.
We're not gonna make it.
Chief! Hold on!
Master Chief just can't catch a break. He needs a vacation. I don't even think he would know how to be on
We're
vacation.
past the gravity well.
Can you track the escape pods?
Negative. Look out!
I mean, how many times does he have to save the universe?
Where are we?
No, we're good.
Impact data.
Cortana,
I'm sorry. It's the crash. I'm fine.
something was wrong even before we left the Dawn.
Chief, really, I'm fine.
Cortana,
I was put into service 8 years ago.
8 years.
AIs deteriorate after 7, Chief.
Halsey,
Chief.
we need to find Halsey.
Chief, please.
She made you. She can fix you.
I won't recover from rampancy, Chief.
If we can just get back to Earth and find Halsey, she can fix this.
Don't make a girl a promise you can't keep. We need to move.
I don't know
Doesn't
how
look
many
like the
levels
Covenant
I'm
fared
gonna
much
do.
better than we did.
I might do
Ships
like
made it through the roof.
this level and the next one.
Plenty. Why?
I don't
We
know.
still need a ride home.
I'm pretty sure there's a fuel rod somewhere. All of a sudden, I'm very popular. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Jump, jump, jump.
I'm picking up a faint transmission on the high band.
Covenant?
I don't think so. The pattern's different. I'll try to
Yeah,
triangulate.
that's
the
my
position.
dog. She has something in her paw. Or not something, it's just an itchy paw. Did I go the wrong way? How embarrassing. I blame my dog. I was distracted. There's only one way to go. Do, 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 do.
Warthogs, and still in one piece. Nice to see your luck is holding out.
Do, 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 do. Let's see. There we go. I'm sorry, you have to keep doing this. Do, 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 do.
condition? I didn't want to mention it, seeing as how it's a complete long shot, but since you brought it up, it is possible that getting home could help me find a solution for my rampancy.
How?
Well, as far as I know, I'm the only AI ever generated from living tissue. A clone of Dr. Halsey, to be precise. It may be possible to recompile my neural net by replicating those same conditions. But that means getting back to Halsey soon.
Don't hold your breath. Spoiler alert. Do. Barely made that.
Chief, I'm hearing that strange signal again. Stronger this time.
Do you think there's something to it?
I'm curious more than anything. Its behavior is odd. Hostiles!
It's actually very difficult to run the guys over. Let's see. Like, I don't know what it is. See, like, normally that would kill you. There we go. It's kind of morbid. So you just kind of push him around. You see that? I'm glad I can capture this on stream. And this isn't really a speed run. I guess we'll have to go up. And up, and away. Sorry.
If we're going to hijack a ship from these Covenant, we're going to have to find where they're landing first.
I don't suppose you have a plan for that.
We could always ask nicely.
Asking's not my strong suit.
Yeah. My trusty battle rifle. It's not so trusty. So yeah, I think we're not gonna do any more film editing. I'll go for another hour and then end it there.
That elite dropped his camo module. Let's have a look. I'll run a soft patch to it from the suit. Never know what might come in handy.
I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. I'm back.
There's that phantom signal again.
I heard something that time.
I think it's too loud. I don't know. We'll see what happens when I fire the gun.
Sentinels.
I wondered when they'd show up. There, Chief. A console in the back.
Do. Already on my way.
It's a localized site cartography. Okay. In service of Forerunner Shield World, designate Requiem.
Requiem. At least we know where we are now.
Let's
Like
see if it
that
can
helps
what the
us.
Covenant are so interested in. Huh.
What happened?
I don't know. It locked up. I'm detecting power fluctuations in several locations. I'll put them up for you. Hopefully we can find some way to get this cartographer back online.
I was trying to remember if enemies show up right now, but they don't. They do after. Here's a pro tip. You don't have to stay on this platform.
It's all right.
You can just jump off.
This energy is actually a ferroelectric data field. Your shields are just cycling in response to the chamber's charge.
Will this bring the cartographer back online?
Partially. This type of processing system usually works in parallel. We'll have to locate its tuning.
Do. Dude, I barely made that. I got all his ammo. It's just a crate. Not a crate of useful ammo.
Is that the same signal?
Yes! Mayday, Mayday, Mayday! UNSC AI Cortana to Infinity, please respond. No response. But from the strength of that signal, the Infinity has to be close by. The cartographer should be back online. We may be able to use it to track the ship's location.
Do.
You can't give the Covenant access to the cartographer. Clear them out.
Covenant kind of already know what this is. I got lucky. Landing a grenade is a lot harder in Halo
Now
4.
quick, to the cartographer.
I'll get there in my own time.
cartographer keeps acting like the transmission is coming from everywhere on the planet at once. It doesn't want to triangulate Infinity's signal. Oh, wait. I got it.
That
Lies.
can't be right. Scan again.
We've already passed through one layer of the planet's surface. It's not crazy to think that someone else made it deeper inside than we did.
You mean the planet's hollow?
Let me see if I can figure out a way to reach these coordinates that doesn't involve us digging a really big hole. There's a terminus on the far side of the complex. We can portal to the planet's core from there.
What?
I don't know.
If we have a shot at getting you back to Infinity,
Something
we're
suspicious.
taking it.
Let's get to that terminus and find Infinity.
What do you know about Infinity?
Not much. She was supposed to be massive, but the project was only in prototype when we left. Scouts, fortifying the bridge below. Stay sharp.
I thought I saw something. It's not. Those were the lamest shots ever. And I'm going to go back for his ammo. To sprint.
The Covenant net's
Just
going
running
crazy.
away.
They're ordering all units to converge on the tower.
I guess we got their attention.
Yeah, right. I'm gonna try to. There. the grunt heads pop out a little bit above the ghost. So that's what I'm trying to get. And that's what I did get. Not very nice, but it has to be done. End of the line.
We're about to have our hands full. The elites just issued a general order. They're moving all ground teams to secure the tower entrance above us.
Well played, Grunt. Well played. You got me. I think, I don't know how much time we have. Oh, we got a while. We have 38 more minutes.
Are trying to keep the Covenant out.
There we go.
While you were busy, I managed to clear up another transmission from Infinity.
Sounded like he said artifact.
I wonder if it's related to whatever the Covenant are after.
Where's the terminus?
The map placed it at the top of the tower.
Sprint, sprint, sprint. See, like, there's like a little bit more textures. And I don't know if that was like snuck in and 343 didn't say anything or what. but it's not like image textures, it's like rendered pump maps and everything. Maybe I just didn't see it before.
According to the cathedral, this terminus is just one node of a larger transit grid that spans the entire planet.
What?
When I tried to access the outlet closest to Infinity's transmissions, the system responded with this.
What is it?
That's the kicker. It's the Forerunner symbol for Reclaimer.
Humanity. That's got to be Infinity. Can you get us to those coordinates?
That's what you think.
Let me try to open a portal.
Cortana.
I'm picking up unknown energy signatures.
Where?
This can't be right.
Air for air.
Set a waypoint out of the tower. Cortana?
How did... Quick! Into the portal!
Don't trust no
Chief,
random
go!
portals. If you didn't do it, who did? I like Halo 4, but this level is the most annoying. And not because it's like a bad level, but because there's this thing called bloom in video games where it's like lens flare. And it is so strong in this level that things are either completely blinding and everything else is in complete darkness. It's just really difficult for me to see.
Come on, let's figure out where that transit system dumped us.
This isn't the section yet. You'll see when I get there. So usually I have to adjust the gamma to the display quite a bit.
This is Requiem's core, all right. But Infinity is definitely not here. That satellite in the center is amplifying the ship's broadcasts like a relay.
Maybe we can use it to respond.
Perhaps. Those beams coming off it are creating the interference we've been experiencing. We'd have to take them out to contact Infinity.
Can you get us there?
Opening a gate to the first beam pylon. Pull me
Just
and let's
walk
go.
onto a new planet and start messing around. That's kind of like the plot of Halo. Show up somewhere,
This is the first
release
pylon.
something,
Negative. This is as
and then
close as I
something
can get
bad
us.
happens.
Hope you don't mind hooping it a little. Contacts! And they're back! Coming down the walls!
Oh my goodness. These things, they kind of like go back to the kind of problem like with the brutes, where they're kind of just bullet sponges, but they're tiny, and as you can see when they smack you, like they come up and bite you / punch you, it takes so much out of the shields,
Those weren't the same things we saw.
which doesn't make sense because this is easy.
Similar cortical footprint as the tower.
Easy. And they take so much out of your shield. Which is why I'm worried about Halo 4 on Legendary and Heroic.
Look out! Well, he's just a ray of sunshine, isn't he? From that peek under the hood, I'd say these constructs must be mimetic in nature.
More of them.
Similar phasing activity at the edge of our sensors. We're about to get busy.
Getting busy. My goodness.
I've discovered something interesting about our new friends. When the big ones explode, that momentary flash we're seeing is actually a data purge.
Can you tap into it?
So far, I've pulled multiple strings referring to the big ones as Promethean Knights. Beyond that, though, things get a bit dense.
Dense. Well, I guess we'll go like this.
The relay interference is increasing. We must be getting close to the pylon.
Creepy, you know, right?
What's that distortion?
That's me. Something about moving through those portals is increasing the load on my systems.
Are you gonna be all right?
Don't worry. I've held off rampancy this long, haven't I?
There's one section I always get lost. I'm hoping that was it and I just did it, but I don't think so. I think it's on the second tower.
That's the target, but it looks like the entrance is shielded. Let's figure out how to take it down. One of the shield's power cores. Take it out. I read 2 more cores on our level. Hit them before you climb all the way up.
Got no more friends left. That didn't work.
Well done, Chief. One to go.
One more to go. Now, where is it? Oh man, and these Forerunner grenades are terrible. Now you come back. Thank goodness it took way too long.
Great, that's all the cores. Head for the top of the pylon.
Whoa. Not making any friends that way. Let's go back and get some ammo. Just in case.
Look at this. That's Requiem. They're not inside at all. They're moving into orbit.
Did he say forward unto dawn?
They must have intercepted our distress beacon.
The beacon was pulled into Requiem with us. If they try to follow it,
They'll get caught in the gravity well. I'll keep trying to warn them. You just get that beam down.
Here we go.
That's the beam control. It's working. The signal from the relay is starting to clear up.
Complete, Tom Actual. We've detected a UNSC beacon coming from somewhere inside the planet.
They haven't hit the gravity well yet.
There's still too much interference to warn them. We've got to disable that other beam before they're pulled in like we were.
And jump.
I was wondering why Infinity
And
hadn't
jump.
encountered the Covenant yet.
What are they doing here?
They're heading to the second pylon as well.
That can't be a coincidence.
Sounds like the Prometheans don't want the Covenant here either. The battle net's already lighting up with reports of resistance all around the pylon. Drop pods.
That was tragic. Thank goodness. That took forever. Let's get this ghost while we can. That was tragic. Tragic. We're all the way back here. Just spray and pray. That was that methodology. Gonna watch out for any sneaky elites. I'm kind of supposed to be in a hurry. But I'm not. Going around in circles.
The relay's signal is breaking up again. We're almost to the beat.
Now, the next part, these banshees are obnoxious. Absolutely obnoxious.
They found the opening! We better get up to that relay and fast.
In fact, we're just gonna ignore the banshees. Gonna ignore the banshees as I just take one down.
Power core down. Shield's weak. Still online. Take out the other two power cores and we can access the pylon.
Let's go around, around and around we go.
Second power core offline. Good job, Chief. That'll do it. Shield should be down. Get up to that beam.
And like I said, I'm just ignoring the banshees. They're too hard to shoot down with the ghost. And you can totally take the ghost up here and just don't feel like it. I don't have time for either of you. And sprint.
UNSC Infinity Survivor Forward under Dawn. Reading a faint IFF tag near the planetary core. Do you read?
The planet's core? They know we're here. Infinity, this is UNSC AI Cortana. Do not approach Forerunner planet. Repeat, do not approach...
UNSC asset. Born unto dawn. We read you, but you're breaking up. Help. Increase speed by 27. Get us in there.
Negative, Infinity. Do not enter the planet.
If you can hear us, keep transmitting.
No, Chief, you've got to get that beam down now.
Yeah, this is the last level. I'm running out of time. It's late. It's 10 p.m.
Cortana to Infinity. Do you copy? Come in, Infinity. The interference is gone, but your suit's transmitter's not strong enough.
Move us up to the
Don't be talking about my transmitter.
Already done. Go. Once we're on the satellite, there's bound to be a central control point.
The Covenant are moving towards the relay too.
This doesn't make any sense. Why would they care about a broadcast relay?
Because it's not a
Just
broadcast.
find us that control room. How soon till Infinity hits the gravity well?
A minute or two max. The Covenant are making a push for something on the far side of the satellite.
And I'm getting kind of hungry. Do. That grunt got me. The grunt got me.
Chief, you need to hear this.
We're detecting a slight gravimetric disturbance near the planetary entrance. Suggest altering approach, vector 43K-750K-12K.
They're not diverting from the opening. Hurry, Chief!
Don't stomp me. I'm leaving one behind me to tell the tale of the great Master Chief.
Something's not right.
We don't have time.
The pillars!
Infinity,
Touch
this
the
is Sierra
pillars.
117 of the UNSC Forward Unto Dawn. Do you copy?
That's not my voice.
Infinity, do you read?
Chief? Chief, let go of the contacts.
Find us an exit.
Don't wait around on my account.
So fades the great harvest of my betrayal. Even these beasts recognize what you were oblivious to, human. Your nobility has blinded you, as ever. The librarian left little to chance, didn't she? Turning my own guardians, my own world, against me. But what hubris to believe she could protect her pets from me forever. If you haven't mastered even these primitives, then man has not attained the mantle.
The mantle.
Their ascendance may yet be prevented. Time was your ally, human.
You know, I've read these books,
But now it has abandoned you.
but I barely remember them. And I remember when I read it, I was a little confused. But I guess I should reread them. I found
Is now yours.
them on the iBook store where I bought them. I forgot I got them on that store.
Slip space rupture.
But I want to thank everyone for coming out. We are doing a May Fundraiser for web hosting. I'll play the video about what we're trying to raise money for and the example website I have and everything.
That Didact, he manipulated Infinity's signal to get us to release him.
I'll finish this.
Get up!
What's happening?
Moving the satellite and destabilize the core. The Didact's leaving. We've got to find a portal out of here before the whole network collapses. Grab one of those ghosts. Hang on. I'm going to channel energy from your shield to
Turbocharge.
overdrive the ghost. Keep going. Keep going.
Oh man, we're all gonna die. And jump, jump.
Emergency broadcast from Infinity.
This is Infinity. We're encountering unidentifiable gravimetric disturbance. We are being brought inside by an assault alert. Possible contact. Jettison complete. Dropping into our last node.
Cortana, we need to get up there.
It's not like I can get out and push.
Very lucky they're not firing at me. Because I got no shields because all my power is diverted. Diverted.
Core's not going to last much longer. Portal up ahead.
Made it. Barely. So I want to thank everyone for coming out. I'm going to play the video of the fundraiser that we're trying to raise money for. We're trying to raise money for video hosting and web hosting and video hosting. The main reason why this is unique is because not only does it share streaming videos, so things like YouTube does and Twitch, but it also you can download all the videos. You can download it in 4K, standard def, below standard def, HD, but then you can also torrent. So I would upload my own videos, and then it automatically creates the torrents. So you can, with peer-to-peer sharing, you can download that way and help out with the distribution of bandwidth across the world. And so it's pretty interesting, I think. And that's how I eventually want to raise enough money to be able to put all my videos on my own servers and everything. So we're raising money for the monthly server costs. And this is the first month that I've done a fundraiser. And so right now it's 8% off all printed photo books, and then 20% off all Kindle books. So most of the Kindle books are actually $3.99, so it's under $5. And then NFTs are 80% off, and everything on the Photoshopp'n store is 40% off. And you can get some prints. Well, no, you can get 4x6s. 4x6 paper prints you can get for under $4. So I thank everyone for coming out. I will play the more info about the fundraiser, and then we'll end stream. So it's time for us to do a fundraiser. This is the first fundraiser we're officially doing, and we're raising money for web hosting for Photoshopp'n and the sister site. Now, for this fundraiser, we're going to be selling prints, books, and even NFTs. So this is the demo site of what I've been building. It's a PeerTube instance, which it's a type of website that allows me to upload my videos, but I can run it on my own servers. And so I can put my videos up. Right here we have the Photoshopp'n collection, the Alaska section, and it's in 4K. You can stream it in 4K, you can download the 4K version. As you can see, there's one person watching it, which is me, but if there are 3 or 4 other people watching, then the 3 or 4 other people will actually be helping the stream work faster for everyone else. So it's one of those things where the more people that view the videos, the stronger the network becomes. And so not only can you stream it, but you can also download. So as you can see here, I'm downloading the 4K version. It'll take a little while, but I'm going to go and show you how to download the 720p version, and that's much faster. And so depending on your internet speeds and everything, you can choose what you want to download. And then the nice thing is that it supports natively file sharing. So peer-to-peer file sharing, what you might know as torrents, you can do that. So the more people that torrent and seed, the faster you can download through torrenting that way. And it's completely legal because I release my work under Creative Commons. So you can download it, you can share it, but you can't sell it, and you can't edit it, but you can download it and share. And so you're legally allowed to use that on the files I upload to the PeerTube instances. So it's safe that way. And then so that was the Photoshopp'n collection, and now what I'm showing you is kind of the future. What we're really fundraising for is I want to do a lot of visual audiobooks with several PeerTube instances. So I have to raise money for each instance, and each instance is a server. The way I set it up is it's not that powerful a server, but it has a lot of hard drive space, and hard drive space in the server world is pretty expensive. And so each episode's about 40 minutes to an hour, and but there's 3 versions. There's a 2D version, which is what I just showed, and then here we have the 3D version. And so you could download this and play it on your 3D TV, or if you have a 3D monitor, But also what you can do is a lot of headsets like the Oculus Go, Rift, and Steam VR, you can put 3D movies on them and it will play them in 3D as though you're watching a regular movie. So it's like you're sitting in the movie theater, but it's, you know, in 3D. So honestly, that's the best way I think that there is to watch 3D film is in VR. Now, what we have here is the stereograph version. Now, I'm going to show you how you can view stereograph videos, but it's VR just for the smartphone. So when you put your smartphone in like Google Cardboard, VR goggles, and the such, I'm going to show you where you can get they're fancier than Google Cardboard, but here we go to Amazon. And so you just put your phone in, you put that video playing, and it's already in 3D. You don't need an app. You can play it with whatever media player you have on your phone. It works with Android, it works with Apple. Pretty much anything that can play video and go into these headsets. So the larger the phone, kind of the better, but I've given them to my sisters, and they say it works with their smaller phones. So these are the VR headsets. They're inexpensive. A lot of times they come with a controller. The controllers are kind of cheap usually, but they do let you pause and play the next video usually. So like these ones, they're like 30, 40. I've gotten some for $16, and I give them as gifts. So that's PeerTube. And so how we're raising the funds is we are having a sale of everything that we do. So we have photo books, and we're doing 8% off the printed photo books. And so if you go to themasterofartstore.com, you will see the collection of books that have been published. We have booklets, which are very small books. They're 20 pages or less. But what we have also is the collector's edition. And in 2016, I published 4 kind of medium-sized magazines of photography featuring scenes of cities, Manhattan, and coast scenes. And so it's several photographs from around the world. Some of it's architectural, some of it's landscape photography. But there's literally thousands of photographs in the collector's edition, because it's the 4 books put into one. So now we have the Kindle ebooks, and so they're the same as the printed books, only you can get them on the Kindle. But what's interesting about the Kindle edition is that I didn't make it like a regular book, and I'll show you in a second. But I made it as though it was a comic book. So you open up the book, and this works, you know, if you're on your iPad or Android, iPhone, or Android tablet or Android phone. Works on all of that. And so you can see that when I click on it, it automatically enlarges the image, so you can see it bigger. And so that it doesn't look like a lot in the browser, but it does zoom in quite a bit when you're in the Kindle app. And so you just double click on it when you're in the app, and then you do the next page, click on the side, and it will automatically enlarge the next image and going down. So now the print store, which is Photoshopp'n.com, that is where I sell prints. You can get some for as low as $3 now. It's 40% off. And so there's paper, canvas, and metal prints, and there's a huge variety of sizes. Everything's printed to order, and you can customize how things are cropped when you check out. Here we go to my Africa collection, and this is the Zambezi River. So you can see, you go out, you click, you want paper prints, and there the 4x6 you can see is $3, and you have the different options you can choose from. And if you want 50,000, you can do that. I'd appreciate that. But you can get like one photo here in a 4x6, or you can get another one on canvas. You can get a 20 by 30 inch canvas. You can get, I believe, 30. There's some sizes that go up to 30 inches by 40 inches, which, if you measure that out, that's that's pretty big. So all these are high resolution DSLR photos. This is from Kruger National Park, and elephants just roaming around. We have the giraffe. And in addition to canvas, we also, I said before, we have metallic prints. And I really like metallic prints. I've been using metallic prints for a while, since like 2009. It's just when I first started doing printing, I really liked pearl, which is a semi-gloss, and the shine is almost kind of like a sandy texture, and so but it wasn't so reflective that you were blinded by the photo if there were bright lights within the room. But what I like about metallic is that everything is so much more vibrant. It's almost like you're viewing it on a really high resolution screen and not so much paper or canvas. And so that's why I really like working with metallic prints as well. Now here we have a warthog. So like I said, on Flotation Store, everything has been lowered to 40% off. I know it says 30% off in the corner, but I fixed that on the site. It is actually 40% off. Now I've been experimenting with NFTs, and so that's on the OpenSea NFT site. So right now, if you go there during the month of May, all the NFTs are they're 80% off, and it's approximately, because it's on Ethereum, that cryptocurrency, on the Ethereum coin, and so prices of Ethereum go up and down a little bit, and so it's about $19 for each NFT, and so you can buy an NFT, keep it, collect it. It's the reason why I'm releasing the NFTs. It's a way you can support flotations. You can trade them if you want to, but I think it would be cool if you just kept them. And so there you go. Right now that's the price of the NFT. It's about $19. And right now what I have up as the NFTs are the Alaska Flotation Collection photographs, which are a refined collection of photographs from a journey into Alaska. And in addition to that, these NFTs, they're not small photographs. They're JPEGs, but they are the full resolution. So it's 100% of the resolution that I captured when I took the photo. And then there is, you can also support, which helps us raise funds for the web hosting and video hosting and sharing. You can help by donating. And so if you go to flotationsdonations.com, it will take you to our support page, and you can donate by PayPal, you can donate by Patreon and set up a reoccurring subscription at any amount you want, really. I do have some preset tiers, but when I do release things to Patreon, it's not so much exclusive, it's usually earlier. You get early access to some things that I'm working on, but all the tiers get the same early access, and that's just because everyone can support at different levels. I think should be, if you're supporting, you're supporting, and so I think everyone should be able to get kind of the same rewards. You can also donate by PayPal, and it would really help out if you made it a monthly subscription, but one-time off donations are incredibly helpful as well. And then we do have, you can donate with crypto, and you can do Bitcoin, you can do Ethereum, and other cryptocurrencies as well. And then I have a wish list of supplies that I can use when I'm taking photographs, and you can gift those if you are so inclined, and then I can use it, and it saves me from buying it myself, so it is very helpful because that saves me a little bit of money. So I want to thank you and enjoy the show.